I have some side quests still to clear up, so I'm gonna get to that. There we go. You can see the top of my head now. This creator recognizes you, or does he? Azam? What in the blazes are you doing here? Hold on. You seem thinner somehow. You have much in common with her, but it's clear you're not one of us. I suppose it's just like her to send one of her minions to poke its nose into our affairs. But since you're here, instead of hanging around like a bad smell, why don't you go make yourself useful? I want you to take this great latest work of mine, a new variety of fruit, to my colleagues. In the meantime, I will be cultivating more specimens in the chronic thorns. Yes, you heard that correctly. Cultivating, not simply conjuring with creation magics. Aye, the fruit I produce is a labour of love. Now that my newest masterpiece is close to completion, I would have my fellow researchers sample its delights. I wish to hear their impressions before I make the final adjustments. Unfortunately for all their wisdom, I find them intolerable at the best of times. Never mind when they are critiquing my work. For that reason, I would have you go in my stead, and be quick about it, lest the fruit spoil as a result of your dawdling. I've already given you your instructions, and I prefer not to repeat myself. Now go! Callias is supposed to be keeping an eye on the creations. Oh, so much to do, so little time. Ah, a volunteer! How would you like to earn the respect and gratitude of Elpis' most gifted researcher? I require assistance in gathering eggs. A simple task, really. Egg gathering, the very reason I came here. Excellent! Why, I sense your social standing rising even as we speak. Ahem, to business then. I seek Daedalon eggs, that I might ascertain their ability to produce and raise offspring. One somewhat disconcerting trait of these winged wonders is their proclivity for laying eggs here, there, and everywhere. That's the reason why I'm finding it rather difficult to keep track of the damnable things. I've neither the time nor the inclination to go chasing after them myself, but I'm sure you don't mind. If the parents take offense at you pinching their eggs, you have my permission to slay them if need be. Ha! If I don't see you again, I shall assume you've fallen foul of an angry bird. Ha 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 ha! Hey, it's Psyduck! Psyduck! Psy. Zexius needs a helping hand of steel. I don't know whose familiar you are, but won't you lend me a hand? A plant creation has recently dropped its fruit, and I'd be grateful if you could gather a few samples for me. You should find some along the northern edge of this isle. Large as they are, you won't mistake them. Be warned, however, that the fruit are covered in an acidic secretion. Before you handle any, you'll want to apply this sealskin balm on your hands. Remember, the fruits are covered in acidic secretion. Before you handle any, you'll want to apply the sealskin balm on your hand. The impatient observer appears to be waiting for someone. Ah, you there! Yes, you, the familiar! I need you to do me a favour. A colleague and I are supposed to conduct some tests at the Thassalie, but said colleague is late to arrive. I would go and find him myself, but I have preparations to finalise. Could you head over to First Bloom and tell him to hurry up? He's an observer with blue hair. Please head over to First Bloom and tell my colleague to hurry up. He's an observer with blue hair. Fade from existence, and we wouldn't want that now, would we? I suggest you visit the morning dew. You'll find the winds blowing from Leith most invigorating. Perhaps while you're there, you might seek out a friend of mine, and invite him to share a meal with me. If it's not too much to ask, that is. The morning dew may sound... You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Sokos continues to regard you with fiery curiosity. Elita! How is our fascinating familiar friend? What is it about you that ignites my observer's soul? Well, now that we've been properly introduced, perhaps you can tell us more. Yes, I would very much like to know how you see the world, how everything, large or small, appears before your eyes. Assuming you're amenable to the idea, you must share me on another tour, this time to take a wider look at the surrounding facilities. I am interested in learning about you as well. I see. Then we shall delight in teaching each other. But where to begin? Which facilities do you suggest, Overseer? Oh, any place you feel will be best to listen to the response from our guest. Right, yes, of course. Well then, Elita, come with me and we'll visit the arcane entities on the south side of Anganoris. Go, observe, learn. Paramona spies an opportunity to foist a perilous task upon an unsuspecting visitor. How curious! A familiar bearing armaments? You must be special indeed. As it happens, I may have a use for you. Would you care to assist me by capturing a few orphans? In exchange for a reward of sorts, naturally. I should warn you, however, they tend to be rather uncooperative, aggressively so, in fact. The familiars previously recruited for this task all met with most unfortunate ends, a terrible waste. But let us not dwell on such things. Here, take this etherically imbued rope, and use it to restrain the Ophians. Remember, I require living samples. They are extremely valuable, so if you must choose between their lives and your own, do the honourable thing and let them kill you. Just to be perfectly clear, Failure is an option, provided you're prepared for the rather messy consequences. There's nothing quite like a good sneeze, as Phidias will attest. A familiar come to observe us observers, are you? By what are you called? Elita, you say? 'Tis a fine name. I am Phidias, a researcher here at Anganoris. We are currently preparing a section of the Isle for new creation. For this, we need to expel those creatures that inhabit said area, that they'll not interfere with our tests. The simplest way to do is to have the Amiel sneeze. The explosive noise never fails to send nearby critters fleeing. We are just about to tend to this task, but seeing as you're here, how would you like to give it a try? Yes, please. Heh, I knew you'd be keen. To look at you, 'tis plain you are an inquisitive sort of familiar. Now then, my beastkeeper colleague is already on site to the northeast of here. Seek him out and he will tell you what to do. My beastkeeper colleague is already on site to the northeast of here. Seek him out and he will tell you what to do. The earnest observer casts his gaze hither and yon, as if searching for something. Bah! Where in the world could the rest have gotten to? Ah, friend familiar. If you have a moment, I require help rounding up our agavoted young. 6 remain unaccounted for, and I'd be most grateful if you could search for them with me. The creatures secrete nectar from their tails, which attracts insects. Where they swarm, you are likely to find an agavotes. And when you do, use this etheric rope to catch it. Small as they are, I don't believe they will be too far away. Let us endeavour to find 3 each, and reconvene here. You are the familiar who arrived with Emmett Selk and his Lydeus, yes? And what do we have here? If the pungent aroma is any indication, this fruit is likely to provide a unique, if not especially pleasant, culinary experience. A new species of fruit, eh? Let us hope it tastes better than it looks. My word! What an unusual flavour. Equal parts bitter, musty, and tart, and not entirely unpleasant. I am curious to know how such a thing was created. Grown from a seed in the chthonic orange, you say? In my experience, leaving such things to nature leads to wildly varying results. To have bred such a specimen must have been incredibly time-consuming, not to mention inefficient. Euclides eyes you curiously. A visitor touring our facility, are you? If you wish, you can assist us with one of our latest arrivals, the Aurealis. The creatures are identifiable by their long ears, which they use to detect danger. They're also keenly attuned to minerals, and can find deposits even in the pitch darkness. Now we were just testing the effect of minerals on them when they reacted acutely to the mana stone. Becoming visibly agitated, they each grabbed a stone and scurried off. We need to round them up again, and could use a helping hand. If you're up for it, please seek out my colleague who is searching. She should be somewhere between here and First Bloom, and can give you instructions. If you wish to help us round up the Aureli, please check out my colleague who is out searching. She should be somewhere between here and First Bloom. She can give you instructions. Yuri Dome has a use for your unique charms. Oh my! Aren't you adorable? Actually, there's something you might be able to help me with. A visitor from the Bureau of the Architects arrived at Propellant to deliver new concepts. I would like you to offer her the warmest of welcomes. Normally we'd have our own familiars attend such duties, but most of them are already entertaining other guests. There's been rather a lot lately, you see. On the other hand, this would be a perfect opportunity to show her an entirely new and, what's a nice way to put this, idiosyncratic familiar? That being you, of course. I'm sure she'd be delighted to meet you. Oh, you'd like some sort of description, would you? Well, I believe she has a white mask and long black robes. Does that narrow it down? The last thoughtful expression is stark in contrast to the tranquil surroundings. Ah, we meet again. The familiar who was with Chairman, yes? My apologies if I seem a little distracted, but I am actually in the midst of searching for someone. It's my mentor, who taught me practically everything I know. Now she has relinquished her role and is ready to take her final journey. But before she does, there is an important matter I must convey to her. The last concept in her care, a beautiful winged creature, has been approved for life on the Theris. Please, will you help me look for her? There's a strong chance you will find her at Philomenis Natos. Her most distinguishing feature is her chestnut-coloured hair, tied into a single flowing lock, much like a monoceros' tail. I've sent a familiar of my own to the north to look for my mentor. I would be very grateful if you could search elsewhere, starting with Philomenis Natos. You are just the thing this professional observer needs. You, my dear familiar, are precisely what I need. Pray, help me with my research. One of our new creations has an extremely wary disposition. Try as I might to go near it for observation, it senses my ether and flees. As a familiar, your ether is thinner than mine, yet you have seem more intelligent than your fellows. That being the case, I believe you may succeed where I have failed. Come with me behind the building. I will take you to the creation. There it is, Nautos 666. New as it is to Elpis, the creature has yet to be given a proper name. As I mentioned, I cannot go near it, indeed. This is the closest I can be. I want you to approach it, and then do something to show it that you are a friend. What do you think will work? Return its gaze. I strongly recommend against doing so, lest you become forever lost in its bottomless gaze. Instead, perhaps you could try gesturing to it, something whimsical, like as a dance. Yes, I dare say that will encourage it to lower its guard. So go on, try perform a dance for Noto 666. I shall watch from here. Best of luck to you. Go on, approach Noto 666 and perform a dance for it. I shall watch from a distance. Best of luck for you. Noto 666, which bears a strong resemblance to a paisa, stares unflinchingly at a bowl of fruit on the ground. Try performing a dance for it to show you're a friend. Oh, yeah, I see the little bowl of fruit. Ta-da! Noto 666 scurries off, leaving behind the bowl of fruit. Sorry, it scurried off. I witnessed it all. You did very well, my dear familiar. Noto 666 is designed to facilitate the proliferation of fruitland trees by burying their seeds to faraway places. While their young are still unable to forage for themselves, it is the duty of male creatures to bring them food. In leaving you the fruit, it appears to have taken you for one of its own. I wasn't sure how it would respond to your overtures, but I wasn't expecting that. Go on and take your gift. Let's return to Ankanos. You deserve a reward for your troubles. What a pleasant surprise! You must be one of the bafflingly prickly familiars I've ever seen. Eurodome chose her representative well, it would appear. As a matter of fact, I too have an errand to ask of you, namely the delivery of these concepts. I have brought them all the way from the Academia Annier. 3 aquatic fauna specimens from the words of Metreon, and 1 flora sample from the words of Halmrut. All very fascinating, as my counterparts here will soon discover. It would be prudent for us to remind Eurodome not to let their captivating nature distract her from making their observations. Well then, there's no time like the present. Well now, there's a familiar I'm not familiar with. Ahem, apologies. I couldn't help myself. So, is there something I could do for you? Gah, the tests. So deep was I in thought, I completely lost track of time. In my defense, it was these very tests I had been pondering. Lest you wonder, they are of a species of fish that purifies the sea by devouring carcasses. Small as they are easy targets for larger fish. Thus to imbue them with a poison as a defense mechanism. Not wanting to poison outright to kill, we kept it weak. Even so, it gradually accumulates within the predator's body, and testing has determined that it will lead to mass death. Though we wish to avoid this outcome, the concept for this fish is truly marvellous, and it'd be a shame to abandon it. But what to do? You could give it warning colors. But of course, in doing it we'd reduce the likelihood that they are preyed upon. Yes, I believe we have our solution, and it's all thanks to you, my brilliant familiar. I'll go and join my colleagues at once. We have a test to perform. Ah, do you suppose you'd be able to fetch something for me? For the test I have in mind, we'll be needing some bird of Elpis feathers. These can be had from a colleague of ours who specialises in avians. The man should be somewhere in the back of the main aisle. My thanks again, and see you shortly. Even though it may sound like a vehicle probably more sufficient when dealing with weaker snake-like creatures, best err on the side of caution. Oh, cheers there. You finished it off when I was researching. You wish to speak with me? Ah, yes, I had a feeling she might say that. As I have told her, my decision has been made. But what about that winged creature? It was a success. Glad tidings, to be certain, but my work is done. This news was more than sufficient, and I thank you for it. Nothing can deter me from my chosen course, and I must join my predecessors in the hereafter. Tell Blessed the name of the creature as she pleases, and as I wish her every happiness. Now, our brief encounter has reached its end. Farewell. You're a colourful little thing, aren't you? Yeah. Whose familiar might you be? And what is it you require? Bird of helpless fellows, you say? I assume they're here for your master. Here you go then, and run along. You mustn't keep your master waiting. Run along and deliver the feathers. Come to help us find Oriole, I say? We're much obliged. Few of the critters have been sighted yonder. When you find one, use this hypnos potion on it. It should put it to sleep and allow you to easily capture it. Should the potion fail to work, as occasionally does, you can simply exhaust the creature in submission. When you find an Oriole, use the hypnos potion on it. It should put it to sleep and allow you to easily capture it. There are no eggs to be found here. I see eggs in there. You have discovered a Daedalon egg. Deliver it to Callias to free yourself from his service. Agabody's young lies unmoving, attempting to lure butterflies, it would seem. Made by breathing together ether itself, this rope is made more than capable of restraining a diminutive and docile creature such as the Agabodes. Agabodes eyes and moving. Securely bound, that Agabodes young isn't going anywhere you're not. The Agabodes luring butterflies. You wish to speak with me? Good gracious, what is this? It's so outrageously bitter, something akin to a wave of icy cold has spread throughout my entire body. I certainly wouldn't eat this out of choice, but it could be made into a medicine for staving off heat in arid environments. Are you lost, little familiar? No, I'm here to give you a disgusting fruit. For me? Why yes, I should love to try a piece. I don't mean to be rude, but this falls somewhere between rather foul and positively revolting. It's so bitter, practically inedible. More important, however, is the question whether this fruit would serve its intended function. If wild animals cannot bring themselves to eat it, the seeds will never be spread. I can't imagine this creation being approved in its current state. We have yet to register an official name for this specimen, so we simply call it the Bird of Elpis. What is your first thought upon beholding this majestic creature? That I want to ride it into the sky. Fascinating. Imagine a familiar which supplements its deficiencies by taking a mount with a desired capability, in this case, flight. In any case, I am eager to hear more of your responses. You truly are unlike any construct I've ever met, familiar or otherwise. Let's continue southward, shall we? I would like to hear your opinion on this next facility. That structure over yonder houses some more of our more unorthodox researchers. Rather than weave creation magics, they breed existing specimens in the hopes of begetting new strains and species. The method seems precise, the outcome uncertain. To my eyes, such research seems awfully self-indulgent, merely a means to sate the whims of one's intellectual curiosity. Our purpose in life is to improve our theories. In my opinion, we should steer clear of techniques which produce flawed results. What if the process created something unexpectedly incredible, beyond what you could imagine? A serendipitous discovery? I suppose it is possible. Thank you. I had thought to broaden your horizons, and here I am realizing how narrow my own views can be. Hardly a desirable quality in an observer. Time for a spot of rest and reflection, I say. Shall we move on to the morning dew? It's favoured by many an observer for its calming tranquillity. Good, I'm down to 5. You should use the Hypnos potion on the Aureus before you to attempt to capture it. Created by a man named Hypnos, this potion boasts powerful sleep-inducing properties. Aww. The Aureus quickly falls asleep. there we go, there's another one. One way or another, the Zorias has been rendered unconscious and can be safely transported. Aww. Zorias tries to fight the potion, but eventually succumbs. What brings you here, oh friendly familiar? Time for a meal, eh? Ah yes, quite right. Thank you for reminding me. Still, a few more moments here can't hurt, surely? I dare say you've noticed how refreshing it is to stand in this idyllic place. The air itself is permeated with rich ether, and the fine droplets from the leaves eases the aches of a hard day's work. Try a nice big stretch, you won't regret it. The best way to experience the healing atmosphere is to take a deep breath and stretch. There's a stretch chest or somewhere here. There it is. See what I mean? The wind through the leaves, the waterfall's soothing spray. There's nothing quite like it. In our busy day-to-day lives, it's all too easy to forget to look after ourselves. Naturally, that includes familiars. Speaking of which, I best get something to eat, as you so kindly came here to tell me. As you seem to be new to these parts, my friend will probably be wondering whether you've lost your way. Go and put his mind at ease, will you? The Aria is too agitated, the potion has no effect. Welcome to our Garden of Respite. We can explore more of it later, but first, I want to hear more about what you think of people, of us. I've often sat here musing upon the nature of our creations and wondered how a familiar might perceive its creator. We are not so different. Huh, perhaps that's true. You do seem far closer to us in nature than most other familiars. Well, let us let such musings for a moment, and bask in the morning dew's serenity. Charmian prepares to launch into another lecture on life on Anganorisis. Are you well rested, Elita? One cannot perform at one's best without allowing the mind and the body time to recuperate. Here on Anganoris, we often encourage one another to nap, or partake of some of the fruits we grow. We could conjure such treats into existence, of course, but there is something oddly gratifying about plucking ripened fruits fresh from the tree. Oh, how remiss of me. How exactly do you sustain yourself? Is Azim supplying you with ether? No, but you'll fade away without the proper nourishment. The tour can wait. We must feed you immediately. Would you mind picking some of the white blooms to the west of here and bringing them to the overseer Sokos? Arcastrius flowers, we call them. I'll have everything else ready by the time you arrive. Creations lie prone near the fruit, alive but insensate. He's supposed to be here by now, but who might you be? Oh, you're clearing the site in Phidia's stead. How very kind of you. Come then, let's get you on the Ampelos. Once you're securely mounted, ride it yonder and have it sneeze at the bushes. The noise will scare away whatever creatures may be hiding. Comfortable up there, I trust? Go on now, ride it yonder and have it sneeze at the bushes. The noise will scare away whatever creatures may be hiding. The Amplos' mighty sneeze sends the creatures in the bush scattering in panic. There we go, scattering in panic again. And scattering in panic. The creatures came running all the way here. Frightened as they looked, I dare say they'll keep away from the site for a good while. For its hard work, I shall treat the Amplios to a spot of sunbathing. Meanwhile, you should return to Phidias. I'm certain he will have a reward for you too. Bye-bye! there you are. Were you able to catch the overlay? Thank you. Now only 2 of the critters remain at large. I've received word that they've been sighted in another area, so I will hurry there at once. In the meantime, I'd be grateful if you could take the 3 fellows you caught back to Euclides. Orchestria's flowers are an edible bloom, you see. Hand them over to Overseer Sokos, and he'll mix them with the fruits I gathered to make a delicious juice. Charmian, explain to me the crisis at hand. Have you brought the flowers? This bloom appears to be edible despite not being a lifelike sugar-laden confectionery. Yes, these are the ones we need. I'll add them to the fruits from Charmian's basket, and we'll soon have an ether-replenishing beverage for you to enjoy. 'Tis the work of but a moment. And there we are. Freshly squeezed Angonoris's juice medley. Go on then, drink up. I'm curious to hear what you think of it. Please, have as much as you like, no need to be shy. Are you sure you're feeling alright? No sensations of gradual corporeal dissipation or the like? Made from the Elvis-grown fruit and flowers, the aroma of this ether-rich concoction promises a uniquely complex flavour. You drink the juice, noting the complexities of the floral and fruity flavours. Ah, good. It seems you're able to tolerate liquid substance. You didn't appear to be suffering from the loss of material form, but the familiar must have a regular infusion of ethereal energy. And now that we know you won't suddenly vanish, will you please reassure Charmian? She still looks terribly concerned. If you would be so kind as to put Charmian's fears to rest. I am so glad you were able to replenish your stores of ether. Overseer Sokos is certainly a wonder when it comes to food preparation. Still, I firmly believe that the consumption of food should be limited to restoring one's strength. Any reason beyond that is simply wasteful. Eating for a moment alone, for enjoyment alone, is an unnecessary drain on living resources, and such a practice can only be harmful to our star's equilibrium. Which is why I have so much respect for Overseer Sokos and his culinary talent. He employs ingredients and methods which not only optimize the dish's ethereal concentration, but also produce flavorful results. Save your compliments, Charmian. I won't be flattered into making another batch until it's time for our next meal. Well, of course not, and I would never dream of attempting such base manipulation to begin with. The exchange of knowledge is quite mutual, I assure you. Charmian has one last question to ask of you. Elita, I feel we've grown to understand each other. But there is one last thing I wish to know. As you've seen, our purpose is to improve life on the star, and we each have our own way of approaching that purpose. Familiars too exist for a reason, often a very specific one. And I wonder what you feel about your place in the grand scheme of things. Charmian, perhaps you can provide our friend here with an example of what you mean. Such a nebulous question requires a more recognizable foundation from which to answer. Yes, you're right, of course. We must not skip the journey in our haste to reach the destination. Where to begin? Broadly speaking, we study the wisdom and magics of our forebears, and choose our path as our interests and talents begin to crystallize. Even among the observers of Angonoris, however, Overseer Sokos and I share a similar calling. Again, it may be more beneficial to simply show what I mean. Please accompany me to the archives in the northwest. Never a dull moment with Charmian, is there? Still, her boundless enthusiasm was what makes her such a fine observer. You are returned. Minus 3 fruit samples, I presume? Is that so? Not one of them found it to their liking? They claim my last attempt was too sweet, now it's too bitter? Honestly, the nerve of these so-called experts! As they shall soon learn, I am not so easily deterred. For my next creation, I'll cross-pollinate sour and sweet varieties, and we'll see what they have to say about that. I'll show them it's these wildly varying results that come from adherence to natural processes that have the power to defy expectations. And as the familiar of Azim herself, I'm sure you can appreciate that. I assume you haven't returned empty-handed? The data lamp put a great deal of effort into hiding its eggs from predators. Unfortunately, it reckoned without your ability to locate hidden objects with laser-like precision. Splendid! Now I have ample evidence that the data line are breeding as expected. Then all we need to do is wait for the concept to be officially approved. But wait, even if a mediocre familiar such as you can steal their eggs, how are they supposed to propagate in the wild? No, this will never do. We shall have to find a way to improve their natural defenses against such threats. 2 heads perhaps? Fire breath? Cover their eggs in spikes? That make them rather tricky to lay. Well, it's certainly given me food for thought. I shall have to discuss this with the others. Oh, are you still here? I suppose a word of thanks in order. Thanks. There, satisfied? So much to do, so much bother involved in getting it done. I could have a familiar perform my duties instead, but even creating one in the first place is far more effort than I'm willing to extend. Ah, you're back. Were you able to get the fruit? Ripe, acid-covered, and unsettling familiar fruit of a plant creation. Oh ho ho! Such marvelous specimens, my thanks! You may be wondering why the fruit is covered in acid. One day each fruit will become a carnivorous plant that preys on herbivores, keeping their population in check. But until it matures, it needs protection from those self-same herbivores. To that end, we tried giving the mother plant the impulse to spray its fruit with its digestive secretion. The fruit you brought, we examined to determine its resistance to the acid, and make adjustments as necessary. My thanks for your help. You're looking a bit unwell. You must have gotten the secretion on you. You poor thing. We'd best treat you at once. There. You'll be fine now. You did well to endure the pain, but you should have used the balm. Remember to do so next time, alright? Oh, I forgot about that. What shall we do next, my little ones? A spot of sunbathing, perhaps? 'Tis well he's finally here, but apparently we still need something for the tests. There you are, my clever familiar. You have the feathers, I trust? Taken from the marvellously vibrant bird of Elpis, these feathers boast all the colours of the rainbow. Yes, these colours are perfect. We shall grant our fish the same to warn would-be predators of its poison. I say, was it the familiar who conceived of this idea? It was. Thanks to her, we won't need to revert any of our fish to ether. So, not only did you find my colleague, you thought of a solution to our problem and fetched the feathers. You've been very busy on our behalf and we're grateful. Here is a little something for your troubles. Here to report on your completion of the favour I asked of you. How very dutiful of you. Would I be correct in guessing your little jaunt has paid dividends? Ha! No need to tell me, I can see you're practically bursting with vim and vigour. Why, even I feel better just looking at you, and you've done nothing but stand here the entire time. Have you brought the specimens I requested? The Warrior of Light is possessed of many talents, mystical and strange. The ability to smuggle gigantic scalekin on their person without so much as a suspicious bulge, however, is perhaps the strangest of them all. Well, well, to overcome such ferocious creatures and live to tell a tale, your maker certainly placed great importance in durability. As for the Orpheans you've brought me, they will be delivered to the Academia Ander. Like the other creatures in Elpis, they are currently under observation, that we may determine their suitability for existence beyond these confines. Samples are carefully selected and sent for further study. If they are found worthy, they will receive official approval. Only then can they be submitted to the Bureau of the Architect. As you can imagine, the evaluation process is particularly strict for ferocious predators, such as Ophions. It would reflect rather poorly on those involved, if they were to wreak havoc when unleashed in the wild world. Not that it's any concern of yours. Here is your reward. Now run along, would you? Observing ferocious predators and the like is an incredibly dangerous occupation, which is precisely why I keep my distance, and leave the rest to you familiars. After all, I am far too important to risk my neck gathering dung samples and the like. Welcome back, Elita. Thanks to you, the site has been nicely cleared, and we can release our new creation. It's a species of ambulatory plant, lest you wonder. While these have been popular of late, this one dwarfs the rest, a veritable tree that can use its branches like hands to catch prey. Heh, it sets my heart aflutter just thinking about it. My thanks again, and if there are any exciting tasks, I will be certain to let you know. For a familiar, you appear quite inquisitive. Perhaps you were created to learn. Well, if there's anything you wish to know, I would be glad to explain. Oh, 'tis you again. How did you fare with the Orelai? Well now, you should bring the creatures yourself. I hope they didn't give you too much trouble. Their abnormal behaviour was most certainly caused by power harboured in Manastone. Still, we have the highest hopes for the Orelais. In their digging for minerals, they prime the earth to plant life. If we suppress their sensitivity to magical influence, theirs will surely be a beneficial existence to the star. And you, my friend, can be proud in having helped bring them forth. There is never a dull moment with the Orelai. Their fondness of minerals makes them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. Ah, you have returned as well. I managed to find 3, how about yourself? Wonderful, this accounts for all of them. We can finally release the creatures. As you wonder, the Agavodes were created to curb the insect population. They have passed the first phase of determination, and thus will be provisionally sent out to the wider world. Though a few steps remain before they can fully take their place in nature, I have no doubt that they will make our star a better place. This isn't much, but please accept it by way of my gratitude for your assistance. I trust our guest was as enamored with you as I am. As if to confirm your suspicion that crystals are at the very centre of every facet of existence, this pattern from which life is conjured has also been wrought of crystals. New concepts for us, and fascinating to the point of being distracting. What an odd thing to warn me about, though it does sound rather intriguing. The Academia Ander has always produced concepts of the most astounding quality, and I'm eager to learn what treats we have in store on this occasion. Let me see. From the word of Mitron, we have what seems to be an aquatic mollusk, capable of storing ether in its shell. I can only guess as to what purpose that would serve, but I dare say all will become abundantly clear in due course. Oh, I do apologize. I already find myself mesmerized by these concepts, just as our visitor predicted. For your part in bringing these me to wonders, you have my thanks. Extraordinary! It's not every day I see such a charming familiar. Why, I'd much rather observe a pretty thing like you than all those brutish creatures everyone insists on making. She's not with you. Did you at least find her? I should have known nothing would sway her. All I can do is hope she finds blessed respite in the ethereal sea, and that we may one day be reunited in another life. Until then, I will carry on her legacy, beginning with the naming of the creature she cared for so deeply. I think I shall name it after her. That way she will live on through her work, forever. My role here, I specialize in observation of flora. Some of the larger species, such as trees and so forth, continue to grow over the course of many centuries, which requires a great deal of patience on my part. Thankfully, I'm quite content to spend my days in these idyllic surrounds. Thanks to your invaluable cooperation, I was able to acquire some very insightful data. The gift of fruit left for you by the indescribably uncanny creation Noto 666. Oh, the fruit! They are rightly yours to enjoy, so go on, enjoy them. The fruit looks good, but it tastes even better. Each small bite, a small piece of heaven in your mouth. Heh. Judging by your expression, 'twould seem Noto 666 saved the choicest fruit for its young. Though it has but come to us. I have a good feeling for the creature. When the time comes, we shall have to think of a suitably fine name for it. Here is the reward I promised. Thanks again, my dear familiar. Between you and me, Hermes' eating habits are atrocious. We may not be reliant on food to the extent that our smaller creations are, but our diets eventually catch up with us. If we don't consume the requisite balance of nutrients, we grow weak and lethargic, yet Hermes consumes candied apples as if they were a staple. This is where we keep all the administrative records. Any of these documents will give you an idea of what we consider to be our defining purpose. Feel free to browse. I shall just be awaiting you outside. These books appear to contain detailed observation logs, the named circles of which written on each page of the spines. A stack of half-finished observation logs. Judging by the penmanship, the author is someone other than Sokos. You pick up the log and flip to a random page. Today there was an incident involving the hippocampus. The creature is extremely territorial, and 4 observers sustained light to severe injuries from water-based magics as a result of their perceived intrusion into its domain. A report has been sent to the Words of La Habrea, outlining the dangers inherent in continued observation of their nominated subject, and the intent to shift focus onto the smaller and considerably less aggressive hippie. Ah, Elita! Did you find the observation logs enlightening? Overseer Sokos has built up quite a library, hasn't he? He's logged comprehensive observations on every living being in Angnoris. Not only objective physical descriptions, but also his personal thoughts and impressions. And that's why I'm here, to carry on the Overseer's invaluable work. When it comes to the continued success of Angnoris, our purposes are very much aligned. I cannot help but worry, however, that I lack the same degree of perception and ability, that I am unfit for the task I have chosen. Even being in the same room as those logs is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. My insistence that you examine your purpose was, I think, born from the trepidation which surrounds my own. An uncertainty you need not feel. Overseer Sokos. As one of our newest arrivals, you have been ever quick to doubt yourself. Yet you were able to guide Elita here on an engaging tour through the intricacies of our duties, which clearly demonstrates the depths of your understanding. If all I wanted was someone to emulate my work, why I would simply continue doing it myself. No, the reason I asked you to assume my role is because I believe you can take our projects in new and novel directions. Raising you as a competent successor is the final step of my purpose in life. Do me proud, Charmian. It is your growth, your efforts, which will facilitate my return to the star. I will do my best, Overseer. But don't be in too much of a rush to leave us. There are still so many things I need you to teach me. And speaking of teaching, thank you, Elita, for this wonderful and enriching visit. It's been a pleasure learning about you, not to mention a few things about myself. Yes, you also have my gratitude for the part you played in training my young colleague. You are welcome to return whenever you wish. I always feel much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. Galafria is buried deep under a mountain of work and is seeking outside assistance. You're familiar, aren't you? Then perhaps you might be able to help me. I received an appeal for assistance from a colleague of mine, but I'm up to my eyeballs in work as it is. Might you step in where I cannot? Your benevolence does you credit. The researcher I spoke of has striking red hair, and is likely lingering on the south side of Camellios Dipios. You're very good to offer your help in matters you know not what, and for that I thank you. Now, I would give you more specifics, but alas my red-haired colleague failed to provide them. A creature bearing an uncanny resemblance to a cactus appears to be in fine spirits. The prickish taxidermist taxonomist is desperately hoping for inspiration to strike. A name. I need a name for it. One that will stand the test of time as it passes through generation after generation. When you break it down, what's in a name really? Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. You're familiar, I take it. Very good. But whose, I wonder? Well, that's not important right now. You've ears enough to listen to my plight. I'm tasked with a job of great import. Nomenclature. Currently, I find myself facing down a sort of creative blockage in regards to this fellow's name. This is a creature who's not only survived the vicious winds of the Hungering Gardens, but has thrived in them thanks to its ossified spines. Thus it deserves a name befitting its rugged tenacity. Despite its singularly unique physical properties, its creator never bothered to refer to it as anything besides its designation, Eurus 310. I cannot abide so inspired a name for creation as remarkable as this. But therein lies the rub. For all its captivating qualities, I've yet to hit upon a captivating name. I was just on my way to make a turn for the grounds to stimulate the creative juices, so to speak, but seeing you, I realized 2 heads may be better than 1. So, what do you say? Would you care to join me in my walk? Sure. Excellent. You, my quick witted familiar friend, will be a boon indeed to my imagination. What say we take a quiet moment to cogitate beneath that large tree to the south of here? Pericles is in need of temporary research assistant. Still no reaction? What exactly are we supposed to try now? Ah, perfect, a familiar. I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird, and it's giving me some trouble. It won't move or react no matter what anyone does to it. Could you maybe give it a try? I bet I can get a reaction. I certainly hope so, and I've something for you if you succeed. We can have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question, and he can help you with the particulars. You'll find them by the towering structure northeast of our settlement here. Please go and speak with the avian specialist by the northeast tower. Surely that bird will react to someone. Worry weighs on Ephevion's mind. I hope she's alright. Oh, I want to go after her, but what if she comes back while I'm away? You must be familiar. Can you help me deliver a message? I have an associate who works much too hard. I want to tell her to take a break and join me for a nice relaxing meal. I sent them another familiar order, but it's failed to return. As an experimental entity, it's too simple to handle more than one order at a time, so it might be stuck attempting to fulfill my request. Would you mind checking on both for me? I can give you a little something if you're willing to help me out. Wonderful. No, my associate, she's probably dozing off somewhere around trees to the north. This wouldn't happen if she'd get a good night's rest for once. You might need to give her a poke to wake her up. If my associate is nodding off, try giving her a poke to wake her up. The Combat Concept Observer has a test to run. You're a familiar, aren't you? Have you any prowess in battle? Good. I could use your help with something. You see, I was asked to assess a one-eyed giant creature as a facility guard, so I pit it against a lotus to test its fighting skills. Not only did the giant fail to fall a single blow, the lotus went into frenzy and escaped. In my opinion, compact familiars like you are more efficient than these overly large brutes. and this is my chance to prove it. Do you think you can handle a runaway combatant? Fine, I'll help. Of course you'll be well rewarded for your efforts. Our experiment was conducted to the east, so that's as good a place as any to start looking for the Lotus. The eccentric creator has a request for Azim's familiar. You must be Azim's familiar. I have a favour to ask of the observers here, but seeing as they all seem preoccupied, perhaps I can ask you instead. I'm experimenting with crossbreeding different types of plants. I was thrilled when they finally produced a whole new species, right up to the point where they rose up and floated away. Last I saw of them, they were headed towards the eastern side of the island. I managed to wrangle a goodly number, but there are still 8 or so missing. Could you help me recapture them? Thank you. Here, use this etheric rope to capture, say, 4 of them, and I can hopefully handle the rest. Melagurus has a request for you. You're a familiar, aren't you? Perfect timing. A pair of researchers are scheduled to arrive today from Amarot, and I need you to collect their concepts from them. We've completed assessments for their creations, you see, and must make preparations to officially register the designs with the Bureau of the Architect. Please, make sure you also ask for any provisional names they might have for their works. I need you to fetch these concepts from the researchers along with our creation's working names. Glaucon is concerned about your ether levels. Those are some low levels of ether you have there, even for a familiar. That must be awfully inconvenient. What say you assist me with an experiment that could help increase your reserves? I need one more ingredient before I can get started. If you get your hands on a bit of slime from an eidos in the forest, that would be a great help. They use illusory magic to mimic the shape of nearby creatures, so it'll be tricky to find one, but not impossible. Keep your eyes peeled for anything acting out of place. Once you think you've located an eidos, use this crystallized concept to dispel the illusion. It should then be a relatively simple task to defeat the creature and obtain a nice heaping handful of gunk. Oh, but be warned, if you use the crystal on anything else, it tends to react violently. Should you make a mistake, there's no shame in beating a hasty retreat. You still have the crystal, yes? Use it to expose an eidos, and then bring me a healthy drop of its slime. A familiar aficionado at Poiton Oikos is most interested in meeting you. A rather unusual familiar, aren't you? I haven't seen your concept on the file at the Bureau of Architect, and I've never come across anything like you from my years of research. You're Azim's familiar. Well, that certainly explains it. Her creations are truly something else. I'm even more intrigued now. Would you mind if I observed you for a time? I'll make it worth your while, of course. Fantastic. I can hardly wait to get started, but not here. The study I'd like to conduct requires we relocate to Westerways. Please come and join me when you're ready. A troubled taxonomist is having second thoughts. Perfect timing, familiar. I've a favour to ask of you. It's my job to name the creations brought to us, but I can't seem to decide on the one for this particular concept. It may be because I'm the one who designed it. It's a species of plant which I intend as a gift for my love. A clear conflict of interest, unfortunately. The names are always fair and logical and perfectly suited to the creation, but this time I'm not so sure. Do I have a name for it? But what if it's not suitable? What if it's too personal? I thought of discussing the matter with my associates, but my dilemma is far too embarrassing. Would you ask if they think the name is appropriate for my stead? Don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to work without recompense. This is the creation, a yellow pansy, and the name I have in mind is Mythos. Please ask around and see what people think of the name and the new flower. The Fresno researcher seeks help in chasing down a missing creature. You there, please, it's most urgent. A colleague of mine in Philomyces Natos has just sent word of a most disturbing nature. A blue charbidis was practicing its flying, but became separated from its fellows. From what I gathered, based on my friend's manic message, it was last seen taking wing to Periphedia crystalline. We are all of us searching far and wide. Could you look in the direction of Periphedia crystalline? Your help will not go unrewarded. I can assure you of that. Oh, thank you. Between us, we ought to be able to locate this lost creature. You should know that charbidises have a penchant for heights, so I will scan the skies around here. I leave the upper floors of Periphedia crystalline to you. If you do happen to find the creature I spoke of, use this etheric rope to bind it. Ah, not to worry, the bindings cause no injury or pain. Good luck, and I shall see you soon. Nom 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 nom. Uelian is fretting over a runaway creation. Excuse me, but do you have a moment? I'm in search of a runaway creation, and I need an extra set of hands to assist in its apprehension. I had been keeping such a close watch on the thing, and it had been so well behaved, I thought I could just rest my eyes for a second. When I looked up though, poof, gone, just like that. Please, won't you help me find it? I'll make it worth your while, I promise. Oh, thank you. I'll continue to search in this vicinity, though it's likely the creature scampered off further afield. While I scour the area here, might you explore the eastern end of Rumination Ramble? Oh, yes. I should probably tell you about the creature we're looking for. We call it a bryon, a seedkin that bears a passing resemblance to a moss bloom. It will wither and perish without water, or become an overgrown monstrosity with too much. Keeping it hydrated is a delicate balancing act. If the creature has fallen into a river, it will be, suffice to say, too big to carry on one's own. Should you find it submerged in a body of water, try to remove as much moisture as you can. That ought to shrink it somewhat. Use this drying agent on it to drain the sodden sop. If it begins to rave at you or act in a way that is rampageous, subdue it and capture it with this etheric rope. Let's hope you won't have to use the drying agent, but to be perfectly frank, the creature is rather fond of water. Like as not, the bryon has thrown itself straight into a river or pond. Best be prepared for a fight. Story of my life. Cam Observer's colleague has been gone too long. May I ask a favour? A colleague of mine from the Thassalai is overdue to make his report, and I need someone to give him a gentle nudge. He's currently over at Rumination Ramble, observing some lifeforms newly hatched from one of our creations, but I'm afraid I'll skew the data if I show up and startle them. A familiar like you, however, should cause much less of a disruption. Would you be so kind? You can find my associate, Ruminations Ramble. Should you choose to undertake this quest, know that guidance from the journal duty list, the map will be limited. I will leave that one for now, come back to that one later. The forbearing visitor seems to be eyeing you up. Aren't you a sweet-looking familiar? Tell me, to whom do you belong? Oh, you're Azim's, are you? She's a goody sort, wouldn't you say? Always appearing in times of trouble to extend a hand to those in need, and giving that I am one such, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if I borrowed you for a bit. A lengthy debate was held in Kidda's Hyperbora regarding the evaluation of creations. Meticulous minutes were taken during said forum, which I would like you to fetch for me. A dear friend in Amarot asked for them, you see, and I plain forgot all about it. Now, if you would be so kind, I will send word to the scrivener in charge, and ask them to await your coming in front of the Perpetuaria Crystalline, where the documents are being held. Once you've got the notes, return to me here. I will send word ahead of you to inform the scriveners to expect in front of Perpetuaria Crystalline. Well, best be off with you, yes? Thank you for your continued existence. Cleon looks at you expectantly. Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, Elita. Shall we? Certainly. Now what was the name of your creation again? The Bacaloi. A delightful roly-poly pudding of a thing. Yes. The one over at Ruminations Ramble. My brother Alpios is in charge of tending it. Right this way, if you please. Rhodopus is harbouring a great deal of worry for a colleague who has wandered off. Oh dear, I'm starting to worry some. It's my colleague, you see. We heard this horrid screech from a Milanian, and he went rushing off to check what the fuss was about. I was thinking of following after him, but well, just look at me. You, however, appear quite well versed in combat, and all such sanguinary escapades. Perhaps you might see if aught is amiss, and ensure my co-worker hasn't come to any harm. That's very kind of you to agree to such a request. Last I saw of him, he was racing for the southern end of Camulus Devorus. Do you promise to hurry? I am half afraid he was wound up on the wrong side of some nasty fiend's fangs. I'm sure you've pressing matters to attend to, but if you could locate my listened colleague, I'd be most grateful. I only pray that you find him in one piece. The enthusiastic observer needs help retrieving lost plants. What a sight! An Amius sneezed and sent tufts of cloud mallow flying each and every way. But while highly amusing, I'll never be able to gather them up alone, unless you're willing to lend a hand. Thank you so much. Let's split up and start looking for them. Be on the lookout for fluffy white plants floating around Poitonoikos, and bring any you find back here. A Nile surveyor is searching for an assistant. Would you assist me, familiar? As I'm sure you're aware, the floating islands of Elpis were created to provide suitable habitats for various creations. In order to maintain their respective environments, however, surveyors such as myself must make regular assessments of ethereal composition. To that end, I was planning to take samples from the Millennium habitat for my partner. But it seems he had urgent engagement, something about an unscheduled meeting with a member of the Convocation of 14. Though I'm faced with the handling of this rather grueling task alone, waiting until he returns is simply not an option. As I said, it's important to gather data at regular specific intervals. And thus am I requesting your help. So, what say you? Would you be willing to accompany me in place of my partner? Certainly. Many thanks. I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts. Right, let's hurry along then. We'll need to make our way to the south. Thank you so much for coming. Now let's get straight to business. All I need to do is reach out and touch some obvious songflowers. They're pretty blooms, light blue in colour, and they emit these, well, bubbles, which enthrall any overly curious creatures. Think of it as a defensive mechanism. It has no effect on sapient beings such as myself, but I'm fascinated to see how it will affect you. Fear not, I'll be sure to intervene should you begin to fall under its spell. I would never leave a familiar to such a fate, especially not a familiar created by Azem. Now, I've created 3 flowers of varying sizes and potencies. We'll begin with the smallest and weakest. Oh, I may be able to protect you from the flower itself, but if any nearby beasts are already under the influence, I'm afraid you'll have to be the one to protect me. Fighting was never my forte. Let's be off. Ah, the anticipation. On we go. The Metreon creator appears troubled. Greetings. I am a researcher from the words of Metreon. I have dedicated my life to studying and creating aquatic life, but my main focus is the development of a new shark species. My latest creation has completed its round of observation at Agnaros, and will be released after one final test. The thing is, I'm hoping to consult with a taxonomist before the Bureau of the Architect hands down official resignation. The same one who named my last shark, if I can. Spear Blados was such a marvellous name. It turns out rather difficult to track down a specific person in a place such as this. Could you help me? Thank you. Here, take this. It's a model of the previous creation I just mentioned. Whoever named it should hopefully be able to recognize it. Show the shark to as many people as you can. Whoever recognizes it must be the one who named it. Was there something I could help you with? This model of a two-legged shark species looks terribly familiar. Who named this species? I'm sorry, but I haven't a clue. Certainly not me. I honestly have no idea who gave that shark a name. What's that you have there? You've certainly seen me somewhere in the sea of clouds. Oh, a spade Baridos. Of course I know it. I named it after all. Its creator was calling it a Kladoskijesh, but I decided to go with something more closely tied to its distinct way of moving. I wanted to really capture the image of rushing forward with its tiny steps, somehow swift and slow at once. In case you were curious, the name comes from a proverb meaning more haste, less speed. And if the creator wishes me to name her newest creations, I would of course be honoured to do it so. It's an Angarosis, you say? I look forward to seeing it soon. Oh, I can hardly wait to name this next shark creation. The rocks in this area contain ores that can tell us about the environmental ether. We'll have to break them apart with destructive magics to collect the necessary samples. You may find that difficult with your inherent limitations, but I have little something to help with that. Here, use this concept crystal to shatter an outcrop of rock, then bring any ore fragments back to me. Start in the east if you would. I'll start working elsewhere, and we can meet back here. Squeak, squeak. That was too close for my liking. Your timing was truly immaculate. I was quite trapped and would have been gobbled up if not for your timely interference. It was the educated cries of the millennium which brought me here. When I arrived to see what was inspired such howling, I discovered this fellow being set upon by that raging creature. I didn't hesitate to insert myself in the fray, of course. I should be fine, but it's the familiar from whom I'm most concerned. Could you make sure it's unharmed? Your intervention was most welcome one, I assure you. I would be halfway digested by now if it were not for your help, so I hate to ask, perhaps you might examine that familiar. I worry it's injured. The familiar appears free of any injuries, scrapes, bruises, and has left behind a rather dazzling carrot, as if to say thank you. Deliver the carrot to the long-haired observer. How is the familiar? Are they unharmed? A root vegetable, with such an uncommon luster that one might think, oh, that's not edible. Not only is it safe for consumption, but it imparts joy to those who have partaken of it. A relief to know they are not so severely injured. Oh my, what is that? You see the creature left it behind? A striking colour for a carrot, wouldn't you say? Perhaps this was its way of showing its gratitude. What a thoughtful creature. And one I've never seen before. Whose familiar could it be, I wonder? I will perform an investigation upon my return. Now then, shall we head back to Point Oikos? I'm in a rather sorry state and would like to get cleaned up as soon as possible. Concoction. People certain anything to investigate has stolen would be a terrible idea. This crystal allows even the most ether-poor creatures to cast destructive spells. A familiar? Do you need something? A new type of flower with large flower, yellow petals. A flower? It's beautiful, and it smells so lovely. Is it for me? Oh, You just want to know if the name is suitable, do you? Have you tried asking Akita's half Aurora? No one knows as much about naming as them. Here's a guidebook on the subject. Take it with you and let your master decide what to do from there. Take that guidebook to your master and see if they want to confer with one of the experts at Ketis. Yes? What is it? My, what a pretty flower. And you said it was called a mythos? A fine name. Many flowers named with a special feeling in mind. So going by what you've told me, this one is in good company. That flower was clearly named with love. I think it's wonderful. How did you fare? Chunk of ore from Camelus Severus that is particularly useful in measuring environmental ether. Excellent! This should give me all the information I need. Let's head back, shall we? This is my brother Alkios. You may seem gruff, but don't be fooled. There are far more gentle and kinder than he. There's my beloved Bacalai. Did he miss me, I wonder? A toad-like creature precisely endures your scrutiny. You must be Elita. Maria has told me much about you, in an impressively short span of time. As you have likely already deduced, I am her brother Alkios. And you are Cleonias, the architect of this Baccarai, as you call them? Yes, I am. You think them ready for release? I would so love to see their endearing round forms bouncing around free in the wild. I've completed my report for the main evaluation criteria. The final decision will be made after a committee discusses the results, but based upon my personal observations, no, they are not ready. No? And might I ask why? Elita, would you be so kind as to give this Baccarai a solid poke? The creature's lack of familiarity with you should help prove my point. Go on then, before it hops away. Alkios would never ask if he thought you might get hurt, but do be careful of your toes. At that size, even a passive creature can be dangerous to those around it. Do as he says, Elita, just not too hard. You see, no response to external stimuli. The creature is far too placid. What was the concept behind the Baccarat? A defender of water sources? In its current incarnation, it has neither the instincts nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off entities intent on fouling the waterways. I cannot in good conscience certify a subject so poorly equipped to carry out its intended purpose. In fact, I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. Thank you for your candor. And I was so invested in this darling ball of pudgy flesh. Such a pity. Elita, as I'm familiar, you must have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants. Without altering its physical form, do you think the Baccarat could do to become a more effective guardian? It could use its tongue to grapple opponents. Brilliant! What an innovative mind you have, Elita. Yes, that may suffice. The introduction of an effective offensive measure could very well tip the scales towards a favourable judgment. Truly? Then I shall modify my concept at once. May I bind this one and take him home with me? Once I've finished making the necessary adjustments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course. You're free to do as you wish. I will make note of it in my logs. I sense your suggestion was based on personal experience, a most valuable source of wisdom. Well done, Elita. What a helpful familiar you are. Cleon seems so pleased. Thank you for your creative assistance, Elita. I knew bringing you along would be a good idea. Why, I almost wish I could have you as my own familiar. It's a shame Azim hasn't published your concept for the world to see. But seeing as you're here now, would you mind lending me your talents a while longer? There's one other creation of mine that I feel may benefit from your unique perspective. Cleon hopes to retain your company a while longer. Cleon certainly has taken a liking to you, has he? What a wonderfully unusual familiar you are. You've chosen to stay then. Wonderful. I realize we only just met, but I feel such a bond with you, Elita. There is one more concept I need to finalize, and I could think of no other entity I would rather have by my side during these ever so worrying evaluations. You have my Io somewhere nearby, don't you, Alkios? Yes. Maria keeps that one under her watchful eye, but I know the spot where it usually roams. Come along. We need to cross the stream here. A concoction capable of turning anything to investigate us, so it would be a terrible idea. This mysterious length of rope is perfect for binding of fiends, also makes for a marvellous jump rope. This tome contains all sorts of fascinating information about Concise brewery's name and protocols. A thin rope woven from ether. Vessel. 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 Ethereal groups holds this restless conceptual plant captive. Mysterious length of tightly woven material crafted for ether and perfectly to the binding of runaway creatures. You've spotted an overgrown creation resembling a corpcore, and it's likely the brine you're in search of. Use a drying agent to remove some of the excessive moisture. There it is. It would seem that the escaped lotus came back of its own accord. They usually feed off their foes to revitalize themselves, and I imagine it hungers after running amok like that. I'll take care of the situation here. The lotus is all yours. Don't worry about me. Just make sure that lotus doesn't cause any more trouble. You certainly made quick work of that lotus. I had a feeling I could count on you. As for the giant, it's far too heavy for us to move. I'll arrange for some broad-backed creations to haul it away after we return to Poitinikos. Vessel? A familiar? Can I help you with something? Oh, time to head back, is it? I was so enraptured watching the young ones frolic that I lost track of time. Come, come, everyone. We really must be going. Rustle. Still want to play, do you? I guess we shall appeal to your bellies then. Would you like to try feeding them? They become more compliant after eating some of these treats, and they're so adorable when they nibble. Go ahead and feed them some treats. A bag full of bugs and shellfish for the young Zephyrs 72s. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. Isn't it fun watching them romp around? It's calmed down after eating its fill. And they really seem to like you. Do you work with young ones often? These babies are aquatic creatures by nature, but we're modifying them to adapt to life on land. They mostly eat marine insects and shellfish, and some of the larger carnivores feed off them in turn. They also carry their eggs on their backs until they're ready to hatch. Fascinating, aren't they? Oh, but that's not why you're here, is it? I really must head back. Suspicious military. Suspicious Pegasus. This crystal allows even the most ether-poor creatures to spell illusory magics. Bloop. The bird appears at an uncanny resemblance to a shoebill. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. You were sent to help us get this fellow's attention, yes? And let's get you two acquainted. This here is an abyssus, so named for the way it seems to just stare off into the abyss. One of our colleagues found it perched on the Millennium's altar, and brought it in for closer study. And that's everything we know. We have no idea where it came from, who made it, or even what it really is. We'll be taking it to Kittis Hyperborea eventually, but we want to get some notes on it first, namely on how it reacts to external stimuli. The Abyssus has yet to acknowledge any of us, but maybe you can get a reaction out of it seeing as you're familiar. Why don't you try giving it a pet to start with? Go ahead and try petting the Abyssus. The bird stares blankly ahead, unmoving. See what happens if you pet it. The Abyssus doesn't seem to notice you touching it and continues to stare into the distance. Nothing? Like some great thinker lost in meditative trance. How about giving it a poke? No reaction? How about a poke next? The bird remains immobile. It stares unseeing, as if into some distant past. Maybe a poke will elicit a reaction. The Abyssus doesn't acknowledge your prodding. No good? I'm all out of ideas, unless you want to try giving it a hug. The only thing I can think of is try a hug. The bird's gaze remains unchanged, fixed perhaps on some point in the far future. Maybe all it needs is a hug. For a brief moment you could have sworn the Abyssus glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Still nothing. Too bad, really. Actually, I think it moved. What did it do? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abyssus only responds to signs of affection. As such, I'll need you to help us experiment a bit more. We'll run dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. No? Well, I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Still, I'm thrilled we got a reaction out of him. Thank you. Please give Pericles my regards when you go to correct your ward. The Abyssus stands perfectly still, gazing intently forward. Pericles shall have something to give you thanks as your help. Oh, I don't see my Io anywhere, which seems impossible considering how big she is. Well that's strange. How odd. This is usually where it spends the greater part of its days. Yes, she never strays far from the spot. Perhaps the scent of unfamiliar visitors has made her wary. Let's split up and try and find her. Her being a shaggy four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. And who might you be? Ah, you're here for my concept. Well, here it is in the flesh. I call it the stone mole. It's a creature fluid that eats through solid rock, giving it the ability to burrow even to the hardest terrain. It can also toughen its skin by ingesting the rock as it's liquefied. Based upon those traits, I humbly request it be given a good strong name. Can I help you? Of course, you wish to collect my concept. It's this creature I have with me. It doesn't have a proper name as such. From what I hear, the observers have been calling it Notos 642. A nod to the island it was resided on, right? Well, I'll trust you to put this in Megareth's hands. The observer is fast asleep, completely unresponsive to the familiar fussing over her. A good poke might wake her up. How long was I asleep? Everyone sent you, just to invite me to eat. Why send a familiar for something so trivial? Although, come to think of it, I could use a meal. Please let him know I'll be along soon. Wait, are you a familiar as well? I thought you were one of us for a moment. Anyway, thank you for waking me. I suppose we'll be eating at our usual place. A nice cup of tea to start with sounds lovely. Well, do you not also need a place to report to everyone? Undersized Orpheus Songflower. Okay. There is no sign of the Charbless. Oh no! Now that you've captured the injured Charbitus, return to Point in Oikos and deliver your winged captive to the frazzled researcher. I know where I'm going. Wait, I thought he was right behind me. Ah, not so hasty, if you please. Ah, the anticipation. Oh dear. Guard my person, if you would. Oh dear. You touched the flower, but it doesn't seem to affect you. No reaction. Interesting. Let's try a more powerful one, shall we? touch the flower, you don't feel any different. Still nothing. Well, see, I feel like that's an exceptionally large one. You're the familiar then. Very good. Here are the records of the forum. Careful now. It's a sizable stack of volumes. Try not to drop any on your way back. Overgrowing. Orpheus Sunflower. To get attacked. You touch the flower, nothing happens. Incredible, even a flower this size has no effect on you whatsoever. I thought for sure you would be enthralled. Considering the sparse nature of your ether, it simply does not make sense, as he must possess some mastery which eludes me. In any case, that ends our experiment. I'll dissolve these blooms and meet you back at the point in Oikos. Don't tell me. You dropped the documents. Fortunately for us both, my familiar has already scooped up your following folios. Now let's try this again, shall we? Only this time do be more careful. These are the documents I requested? My word, they must have been terribly heavy. The friend I spoke of is involved in the operation of Anemius Enneader, a facility which houses myriad concepts, cogitations, and ideas. He felt that for certain procedures, especially the ones concerning living creations, were lacking in information. Thus he sought out detailed records that he might fill in the blanks, so to speak. I believe you're owed a little reward for your help. I'll think over what to offer you while I pack my belongings for the journey ahead of me. Come see me at the entrance of Poitonoikos. I'm sure I'll have made up my mind by then. Oh, you're familiar, aren't you? One sent by Glyphera, no doubt. Well, thank goodness you're here. I confess I'm still in somewhat of a daze, but with you here I at least feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. Something came over the specimen I was examining, though I'm not entirely sure what. I'd never seen it behave so erratically before. At any rate, it managed to slip my grasp and escape. I tried to chase after it, but I'm not half so fleet-footed. To complicate matters, the thing has a very nervous temperament, and will flee if someone so much as approaches it. I considered imbuing some sort of sleeping spell into a dart, which one might shoot from a height, but who has such implacable aim? Not I, to be sure. Do you? You do? I admit that proposal was made somewhat in jest, but this works out perfectly. So it's settled. You'll put our skittish beast to bed? Find yourself a vantage point from a rise southeast of here, and with this blow dart bring a frenzied fiend under control again. Me? Oh, I will stay here for and take a moment to collect myself. I'm still exhausted from my first attempts at apprehending the creature, so you'll have to do it alone. It shouldn't be too hard though, and you've experienced enough by the sounds of it. It's not the sun-dappled forest floor on a stunning sight. It's not the breeze so bracing as to lift the spirits. It's not the surrussus of the Melicaw's whiskers so pleasant as to induce great thoughts. Surely with all the inspiration that surrounds us, you have been stirred into contemplation too. Tell me, what is it you focus so squarely upon? The innumerable tasks that sit waiting to be done. So, even familiars have their fair share of woes. Might I suggest you take this moment to relax then? Simply let the winds wash over you, the rustle of leaves play in your ears. Then just think. Unburden yourself of the troubles that seem to be weighing you down. Allow yourself for a moment just to think. Eurus the does his taxidermist says and falls into what appears to be a deep meditative thought. For a time, all you hear is a breeze, like a calming whisper in your ears. All of a sudden, a groan invades your peace of mind. Created to survive in extreme weather conditions, whose adaptability is second to none. What would be a name suitable for such a creature? I can practically feel genius on the tip of my tongue, and yet nothing comes. Oh bother, this won't do now, will it? I hate to ask, but would you accompany me a while longer? Come, let's away to the westerly waterfall. Search for the rampaging creature. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target the creation and use the blowgun with We find a shaggy four-legged beast, and the horns are rather majestic. This must be the Io. Ah, there she is, the naughty thing. Nicely tracked, Elita. Hello, my lovely. Come to my Ria now. Wow, would you look at that? I think she's taken a liking to you, Elita. And I see that Cleon has taken a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier and the better. The Io is one of my favourites, round and robust, and bristling with spiky protrusions. A truly powerful beast. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? Ah, she's certainly an imposing specimen. Its physical strength is readily apparent, yes, but more than muscle is needed to dominate a territory. The creature's field of vision is obscured by that mass of wiry hair and curling horns, preventing effective use of natural weaponry. In the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey in a consistent manner accumulates in slow death and starvation. It is our recommendation that you redesign the Io as a grass grazer and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock? Unsurprisingly, the Io here is susceptible to nutritional deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements. As you appear to have gained its trust, would you mind doing the honours? You needn't convince it to eat anything, simply splash the creature with this solution. Supplemental ether is absolutely essential for such a poor hunter. We wouldn't want the Io to collapse now, would we? Such a good-natured creature, which is the large part of the problem, I'm afraid. If I must change her into livestock to see her released into the world, then that's what I must do. An ethereal rope holds his restless conceptual plant captive. Watching it rest its eyes, you might be conceived that this creature is placid and well behaved. You would be wrong, and frankly, you should know better. This creation's concept has been certified for release into the wider world. Whatever this icky globule is, it came from an Idios. healthy dose of ether-rich energy not to be administered orally. Watching this poor Byron struggle weakly against its bindings certainly tugs at the heartstrings. Oh well, better it than you, right? The lost child is bound of an etheric rope. Now at last it can find its way home. The ethereal supplement is absorbed into the Io's body. Supplemental ether is absolutely essential for such a poor hunter. We wouldn't want Io to collapse now, would we? That should be, yeah. Thank you for tending to my creation, Elita. My Io would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I did so dearly want her to become an apex predator. Oh, maybe there's still hope. You have an eye for these things. Could you offer any more of your insightful suggestions? Although difficult to tell, you think the Io looks somewhat healthier. The Io appears calm and content in your presence. Here in Alpus we only observe subjects that are worthy of his evaluation, as decided by the Bureau of the Architect. Cleon should be proud of his work. It's heartening to see the Io warm up to you so readily. She's always so timid around the observers. Cleon once more fixes you with an expectant gaze. Please, Elita, I have need of your worldly experience. My Io, my darling, hulking Io, she was meant for more than grazing in the fields. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? Please tell me you have some suggestions. I would hate to see my Io relegated to the rank of cattle. Cleon is very protective of his children, isn't he? I'm very curious to see the results of your assessment. The initial design has flaws, but Cleon's passion for improvement is to be commended. Upon closer inspection, you can't shake the feeling that you've fought similar beasts before. Such magnificent horns, rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. The Io's monstrous claws seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. Even with the Io's limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones. But for true dominance, the beast will need something more, something overwhelming. What say you? How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? An apex predator should wield apex magics, something like meteor, for example. No, an apex predator should wield apex magics, something like meteor, for example. Yes, deceptively simple but devastatingly effective. I can already picture it. Alcaius, Myra, will you permit me to implement some new ideas? Elita has given me much to think about. Strictly speaking, any significant adjustments should be authorized by the Bureau of the Architect, but I think we can allow some temporary modifications for the purpose of experimentation. That sounds more than fair. Thank you. If you could spare a few more moments, I shall take my creation and return to with a new and improved IO. Oh, there goes the behemoth. You make me wonder, Elita. Are you truly a familiar? Your thoughts, your behaviors, they resemble ours far too closely. After living for years on end, our creativity tends to stagnate. I feel your revelations come as such a welcome breath of fresh air. Cleon has been gone for more than a few moments. How extensive could these changes of his possibly be? It is done! Yes. Cleon, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? Elita's advice the process, then it became difficult to stop. After pruning back the horns and hair, I reinforced the talons, then moved on to arcane ability. She can now cast Meteor as well as Charbidus. Surely now my IO stands at the pinnacle of predators. In all my time as an observer, I've seen many a creation, but this is a concept that ranks in the highest echelons. The strength inherent in your IO is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. Wonderful! Then I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once, but I think perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. And I know just the familiar to bestow it. Elita, have you a fitting title for this glorious creature? Queen Behemoth? Ah, perfect. So shall it be known, at least for now. I still need to submit the official registration. And now the time has come for me to return to Amarot. I've decided that my next creation will be more of a companion, a pet if you will, suitable for the amusement of children, and very clever familiars. Thank you all again for this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon you again soon. We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Well, brother, Elita, shall we head back to Poitinoikos? How dexterous of you to be able to hit a moving target with such small an object. Most impressive. Well, allow me to take that dozing specimen off your hands. Why, what a precious sight our little beast makes when it's not running amok. A shame it can't be this adorable all the time. This was, in fact, one amateur creator's answer to the walking shark that recently gained approval. A somewhat hasty and ill-advised attempt, if you ask me. Credit where credit's due, though. The specimen is bipedal, despite its base being that of a quadrupedal beast. Its presentation, for being an excitable nuisance, however, means it cannot be of any real use to our star. What it needs is a healthy dose of intellect. I will write a report stating as much. While I do that, return to Glafira and tell her of my assistance you've rendered. Oh, and offer her my gratitude too, would you? US 310 seems to be enjoying the misty spray from the falls. Ah, listen close. Can you hear it? A waterfall whose stream is at once ferocious and tender, whose spray kisses its surroundings in an affectionate pitter-patter, inspiring indeed, and like to give rise to brilliance. Cogitation of this creature's name. Come, stand with me and let us think on it. Inspiring location, I am certain we shall arrive at a befitting name for the US 310 here. Now let us take a moment or two to think, so it might draw inspiration from our surroundings. US 310 seems to be enjoying the mystery space. Let's think. US 310 beady eyes appear to scan its surroundings. So perhaps Planticus. Also a deal similar to a succulent. Aha! I've got it! Succulent! Oh goodness gracious, no, that's just foul. I'm afraid I'm quite at a loss for names beyond the paltry few I've offered. Perhaps you could provide a fresh perspective. What is it you find most endearing about this creation? spiky head. Oh, that did the trick. Your astute observational skills have stirred my imagination, for I've come up with a very worthy name. I must return to Poison Oikos at once, and ensure that no other creation shares this nomenclature. You will not be too far behind, yes? You are due a suitable gift for your help you provided after all. Thank you. Without your aid, I wouldn't have been able to properly observe how the introduction of Melani has affected the habitat's ether. It's important to keep careful track of the environments here to make any necessary adjustments. The terrain, the flora, everything that makes up the habitat must be meticulously controlled to fit each subject under observation. Though I applaud my partner's enthusiasm for learning at the foot of a convocation member, we cannot neglect these fundamental, albeit tedious facets of our work. Did you find any of the plants? Perfect! It's such a relief to have them back. A somewhat amateur creator invented the concept to bring more life into the clouds, which is all well and good, but they get blowing away far too easily. It would be nice if they were a bit more wind resistant. We need to know they can settle in a place without fear of them flying off, because some beast breathed on them too hard. Well, I better put them back where they belong, before a light breeze undoes all your hard work. Here, take this as thanks for your help. How very good it is to see you again, my friend. The one whom you plucked from the jaws of death itself is seeking treatment for his wounds as we speak. I heard the entire tale, how a rabbit familiar was on the scene. Mistress Vina was said to be researching one such familiar, or that's the story anyway. Perhaps the one you came across is related to that business. Well, regardless of its origins, it sounds like a rather polite creature, as I was told it left behind some sort of gift. Yet I shan't be outdone by a bunny, charming though it surely is. Here you are, a present. It's nothing special, but I hope it provides as scrumptious a carrot as our mysterious familiar bestowed upon you and my colleague. I honestly have no idea who gave that shark a name. You did well, Elita. What a wonderful help you were with our visitor, Elita. Even for a familiar Vizim, I can't help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I wholeheartedly agree. Your intervention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Oh, Icos, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you, my brother is truly giddy with joy. Thank you again, Elita. While I'm sure your duties of familiar keep you occupied, we would very much like to welcome another chance to share your company. Will you accompany us a while longer? Maivia and her brother Alkios look set to leave on an errand of some kind. Tell me, Elita, have you seen much of Anganorsis? Oh, so you've met Overseer Sokos then? He sent my brother a request for aid, and we're just on our way to render our assistance. You're welcome to come along, if you like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies ahead. Come along, we mustn't keep the Overseer waiting. Thank you for fetching my associate. If you hadn't been set to fetch me, I might have been out there for days. In any case, it's only a matter of time before our creations are approved for release into the wild. I wonder what name they'll receive. Thank you for your help today. Here, as thanks. Any luck finding my taxidermist? This muzzle of a two-legged shark species looks terribly familiar. You found him, and he's willing to give them the new name too? That is wonderful news. This latest creation is actually a direct improvement over the last. I gave it more legs for a total of 8, so it can move even more quickly over land. With that taken care of, I need to hurry back to Anganoris. But before I go here, a token of my gratitude. Back so soon? And with the slime, I hope. If only every familiar were as useful as you. With this I can make a potion to increase your ether production. All the other ingredients are in order: hippogriff brain, a monoceros horn, and Ophian entrails. The concoction will supplement any natural deficiencies, relying on the chameleonic properties of the slime to generate ether compatible with your existing etheric signature. Clever, yes? Once this is brewed for a bit, it'll be ready to drink. Oh, this is so exciting. Can hardly wait to see how explosive the increase to your ether will be. I think I hear my master calling. Oh, I meant to be of service, but it seems I've kept you from your other duties instead. My deepest apologies. Perhaps you can come back for the potion, but in the meantime take this for your troubles. Are you quite alright? Even for a familiar you seem to suffer from... Do let me know if you require help, yes? Thank you for lending me your time. It was most enlightening. Not to mention perplexing. You have so little ether, yet something keeps you resistant to outside influence. Your physical constitution, perhaps. It's something to consider when creating familiars in the future, at least. I promised you a reward, didn't I? Here you go. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some data analysis and the concept planning to do. You brought the concepts I asked for? Very good. And did you ask for provisional names? Stone Mole and Notos 642. And the mole's creator requested that it have a powerful sounding name. Some researchers do become quite attached to their creations, don't they? May seem inconsequential, but the appropriate naming of concepts is of the utmost importance. Allow me to explain. Once it has been determined that the creation is beneficial to the star, we can proceed with registering the creator's design with the Bureau of the Architect. First, however, the approved concepts must receive their official names, and as a taxonomist, it's my task to bestow them. While naming, one must strive for elegance and simplicity, all the while taking care to adhere to existing conventions and avoid repetition. The more creations we name, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this high standard. It's a demanding job, to be certain, but one which I am proud to do. For as long as this purpose guides me, I will fill this world with the most marvellous appellations I can imagine. Please take this in exchange for completing your errand. I am a taxonomist, an artist in the medium of names. It is my job to adorn the flora and fauna of Etheris, such as these creatures as you see here, with names befitting their natural beauty. How'd it go? What did everyone think of the name? I see. Well, that's good to know. I won't be needing this guidebook, of course, as I can't very well ask myself for my thoughts. Or perhaps I should. It wouldn't hurt to have some confidence in the work I do, after all. As I created this flower, I thought of my beloved, an artist, and the stories she seeks to tell through her plays. My hope is that, much like a myth or legend, her work is told and retold down through the ages, hence mythos. I've decided I'll keep the name and submit it to the Bureau of the Architect. Thank you for your help. I saw that you were on your way back, and hastened to return as well. So, what news? Have you found that blue Charbordus? The lost your brothers bound by an etheric rope. Now at last it can find its way home. Oh, a great relief indeed. It's rather impressive, isn't it? It hasn't suffered truly grievous injuries. And more impressive still that it's able to fly as far as Peripia Crystalline. It had only begun to practice the art of flight recently, as I understand it. Who would have thought that it could cross such a distance with wings so inexperienced? No doubt credit for this ought to go to M itself and his helpful instruction. Well, I for one cannot wait to see the Sharpsis take the skies from its perch. At any rate, I will see this creature return to Angranorus at once. Though it isn't much, considering the services you've rendered, I hope it's not too lowly a prize for you. Nothing in my neck of the woods, sorry to report. Did you have any luck? Ah, you found it. And just as I suspected, thrashing around in Rumination's Ramble. Naughty thing. So you had to subdue it, I take it. Goodness, it certainly put you through the mill. At least you do not seem too badly wounded. And nor does it. The Byron has the remarkable ability to predict precipitation and rainfall. If you see it shaking its leaves, you know the rain's on its way. It's why we created it in the first place, to provide those in the wetlands a method by which they might prepare for sudden storms. Unfortunately, as we have discovered, it becomes absolutely enormous when exposed to liquid in large quantities, rendering them rather dangerous in humid areas. Oh well, back to the drawing board. At any rate, thank you for locating this little rascal, or rather, large rascal as the case may be. I know not whose familiar you are, but you were a tremendous help. Here, for your pains. Oh, hello there. Haven't seen you before. Did someone create you just recently? You just talked to me and gave me quests and stuff, what? Well, how can you... Did you catch the plants? Thank goodness for that. Though I'd expect no less from Mesm's familiar, I rounded up my half as well, which means they're all back safe and sound. They're part Yggdrant, you see. It's no surprise they inherited the eyes, but having them wander off to their own was rather unexpected. To tell the truth, I never really had a specific use in mind for them. I suppose I best start thinking about that. The Bureau of the Architect won't be impressed with my new creation unless it serves a purpose. With that in mind, I believe there's research to be done. Thank you for your help, and do pass my regards to Azim. As I suspected, a smaller, more agile concept has far more faculty for adapting to combat situations. Thank you for proving my theory. I'll be sure to keep your performance in mind next time I design a familiar. Your reward as promised. Thank you for your help. My familiar says my associate has accepted my invitation. That's what happened, yes? Good. That means it can carry out its duties on a basic level at least. I designed to convey ideas through information-laden ether rather than words, so I'm happy to see the communication was successful. It does seem, however, this method is ineffective when the recipient of the message is asleep. I'll get to work on fixing that. But for now, enjoying some time with my associate is the priority at the moment. Thank you again for your help. Fascinating, yes. Simply fascinating. You don't often see a familiar show such interest in someone other than its master. My associate said you were incredibly helpful. You have his thanks as well as mine. What did you think of the Abyssus? Strangely enthralling, isn't it? With those penetrating eyes that seem to stare right into your very core. It almost feels like studying as much as we study it. I have to wonder who made it and for what purpose. I'll have to consult with Vinat. If anyone would know of its creation, it's her. Oh, and before I forget, here's your reward for today's work. What was on the agenda for today? There was observing the abysses there, and after that... I must say, I greatly enjoyed our time together. I believe nothing cultivates creativity quite like the sharing of ideas. So often am I forced to work alone, and though it pains me to admit this, it is not much fun to ponder in the silence of one's own company. In fact, I credit you for the name I devised. All that remains now is to go on to Purple Crystalline to ensure there is no record of similar name creation, and appoint Eurus 310 with its official name. And should I hit another metaphorical roadblock, I shall remember to always ponder when perambulating. Thank you again for your help in this matter. It was most appreciated. There you are. I finished my packing, and as it so happens, I've hit upon a most commensurable gift. My favourite food, and freshly made too. Try it. I'm sure you'll love it. Farewell, familiar. Give my regards to Azim. There you are. Thank you for tidying up that bit of mess for me. Speaking of which, what was the mess exactly? A thrilling game of Chase the Creation, was it? That conjures up a sorry image indeed. It sounds like the researcher was able to glean some valuable information, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. If all goes well according to reports made, and sufficient intellect can be cultivated, then the specimen should prove a valuable contribution for our world. Thank you again for your assistance. I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding observation work. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak. Irina is hoping to conduct a test. Can you spare a moment, familiar? I'd like to gauge my own familiar's capabilities against yours. Seeing this one's big blue eyes, they're especially sensitive to ethereal emissions. As part of my testing, I propose a race between the two of you. I've imbued a gamma balloon with a unique... I suppose it won't be much of a contest unless you can see the ether as well, so I'll lend you a crystal which will allow you to detect its presence. If the flower is nearby when you use it, the crystal will emit a brilliant light. The further you are from your prize, the less dazzling this glow will be. Let me know if you require further instruction. Now let the competition begin. This guiding crystal will react more strongly the closer you are to the flower. Use it as many times as you need to hone in on the bloom's location. This crystal appears sensitive to a specific kind of ether. I'm almost done, just got a couple of minutes. If you get the oven on, the crystal glimmers warmly. The tower's not here, but you may be on the right track. Crystal trunk is only faintly. looks to be the right flower. Bring it to Arinia. The delicate bloom has been imbued with a specific trace of ether. That was certainly quick. Did you really find the bloom already? Incredible! I've never seen such a talented familiar. Speaking of which, mine seems to have been distracted. I suppose that's only natural considering its feline traits, but honestly, it seems like more like a pet than a proper familiar at times. Well then, I believe you deserve a reward for your victory, and for your assistance with my testing. Please be sure to convey my gratitude to your master as well. Registration for amphibious creatures have come to dominate of late, but felines remain popular as ever. I've not crossed over to this isle in some time. There's only one reason they would ask for me by name. Elita! You're acquainted with Icos and his sister, I see? Icos, Myra, and Elita as well. Welcome, all of you. A summons from you can only mean one thing. There has been an incident. Yes, the Lyconians went into a frenzy, and more than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. We began the sending rites, of course, but the task is burdensome for so few. Thus did I hope to secure your particular expertise. Oh, you wouldn't be aware of the practice, would you, Elita? Here in Elpis, we expedite the ethereal dissolution of the deceased by employing time magics. The decay of corporeal remains is accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. As you have guessed, the manipulation of time is Alkios' speciality. Whenever some unexpected event runs into the mass loss of creations, it is him to whom they turn. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We've prepared a site to the southwest. So if you'll follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in short order. When you research such an eclectic collection of wildlife, it's almost inevitable that some of them will meet a sudden and unanticipated demise. Occupidius. The Overseer and I moved the bodies here away from the site of the violence. It's easier this way. This is them, the occupities which fell victim to the Iacones. They were still being evaluated, yes? The poor things, they barely had the chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land. We will ensure that their existence was not in vain. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before, Elita? Tell me, how do you express yourself at these times? With an offering of Nymela lilies. Nymela lilies? A beautiful name for a flower, but not one I've heard of. I wonder if it was recently registered. And you offer these lilies to the fallen? Interesting. We do have a custom of gifting flowers to those we love and admire, so I suppose this is not different. Perhaps I can prepare some blooms to take the place of the ones you mentioned. Come with me, Elita. You can help me gathering something suitable. I believe Myra will have some flowers for you to pick. Your thought process truly is amazing. Where do you encounter these notions that have never even occurred to us? Were you finished helping Myra? It isn't safe to wander alone. Here, I've made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of ether tend to sprout with more life and colour when you grow them in the soil. Pick yourself a handful and we'll take them back to the overseer. Aren't they lovely? They're called crinoi, one of my favourite flowers. A beautiful and ancient predecessor to the modern lily. Oh, I'll just be fine by myself, but it's sweet of you to worry. I'll pick a few more of these crinoi and join you in a little while. Myra's creations were acceptable, I trust. My apologies. I may have gotten a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Myria. Your effort is much appreciated. Alkeos, if you'd be so kind. Vessels within which life once flowed, cheats of purpose stilled and cold, unto the land you now return, the fuel upon which new life shall burn. That was a beautiful service. I'd like to think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Yes, the flowers were the perfect addition. How fortunate we are to have this knowledgeable familiar in our midst. We must return and commit this event to a parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. A potential shift in our traditions is a historical moment worth recording. Thank you again, Alkios. We are ever grateful for your calming presence. And our thanks to you, Myria and Elita, not only for attending, but also elevating the proceedings. Yes, you've contributed more than enough. Allow us to take care of the tedious administrative details. We hope to see you again soon, Elita. It is time we were headed back ourselves, dear sister. As you say, please, Elita, join us back in Poitin Oikos. That was a different kind of service. I think, yes, we might consider some changes. What a fortuitous turn of events that were present when we received the summons to Argonosis. As time marches on, we encounter fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences. Yet, ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. I suppose we should expect nothing less from one of Aslim's creations. And now we have these precious new ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. Speaking of which, we really must be returning to our work. Be well, Elita, and thank you. May our purposes, or simply our paths, align again in the future. All quests here complete. Good. Doing those quests didn't open up anything else here. Right, that's it for now. Next time I do some more quests, it will be the quests for the different roles. Thank you all so very much for watching, and take care, my darling. Love you all so very much. Bye for now.